Chairman? We have a minute. Tonight on 60 Minutes.
I'd like to call to order this meeting of the Moore County Board of Education. Public hearing on the 2020-2021 budget, as well as a regular business meeting, Monday, March 9th, 2020. We're meeting at Carthage Elementary School. Is there a motion?
Yes, Madam Chair, I make a motion that the board enter into closed session to prevent the disclosure of confidential personnel information pursuant to General Statute 143-318.11, A1, A5, and A6, and General Statute 115C-319, and to consult with the board attorney and preserve the attorney-client privilege pursuant to General Statute 143-318.11A3.
Have a second.
Second.
And the motion has been moved by Ms. Thompson, seconded by Mr. Dennison. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. The motion carries 6-0. We will now move into closed session, and we will return no later than 6:30 p.m.
Madam Chairman, I'd just like to note that Mr. Barath is selling 50/50 tickets tonight. We thought that might be able to enhance our budget leverage. So you just see Mr. Barath on the way out.
call back to order this meeting of the Moore County Board of Education.
Try.
I'd like to call back to order this meeting of the Moore County Board of Education. Is there a motion to approve the agenda as presented?
So moved.
Second.
All right, the motion has been made and seconded. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, the motion carries 6-0. I would like to make note, we are missing Mrs. Caldwell tonight. Her husband was in a boating accident as part of his fishing career, and she is at home as he begins his long process of recovery. Might also note with our agenda that several items have been removed from the consent agenda tonight that dealt with areas in IT infrastructure, the purchase of computers, the refresh of laptops at several of the schools, and they have been returned to have additional information added to those items before they come back to the board. All right. All right, so if we will now move on to our moments of pledge and inspiration. I believe we're hearing from Cameron Elementary School.
Madam Chair, board members, I'm Rob Breyer. I'm the principal of Cameron Elementary, and tonight we have Isaiah Brooks with us, and he's going to be leading us in the Pledge of Allegiance. If everybody please stand.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, the republic for which it stands, one nation, one God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And at this time, we have Ethan Cameron with inspiration.
Hi, my name is Ethan Cameron, and the quote I've chosen is "Never let the odds keep you from doing what you know in your heart you were meant to do," by H. Jackson Brown, Jr. This quote is inspirational to me because it reminds me that even when something is difficult or scary, I should never let those feelings keep me from doing what I'm really passionate about.
Thank you.
May we have a moment of silence, please? Thank you. Well, this evening in recognitions, I would like for Elijah Breacher. Please come and join Chair Carter and Vice Chair Thompson in the front.
Let us make note it is her birthday today.
Ms. Carter, does that mean we need to sing happy birthday before I do the recognition? To you, happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you. Elijah, as Pinecrest High School this month's Engage, Inspire, Succeed Certified Staff Honoree. Ms. Breacher was recently named Teacher of the Year at Pinecrest High School. She is a leader among her peers, as evidenced by her participation in the Active Collaboration Engagement Grant. She worked with a select group of peers to design impressive technology-enhanced lessons and then used these lessons in her classroom to improve learning outcomes for her students. Her use of 3D printed designs to enhance student understanding of literature was effective and engaging, and a showcase of what is possible technology meets great teachers. Ms. Breacher exudes both professionalism and genuine kindness. Exudes. She is both firm and sensitive toward her students. She is a leader in the English department, embodying what an educator should be: hardworking, caring, self-reflective, relatable, knowledgeable, and authentic. Congratulations, Ms. Beecher. And with Principal Phillips, members of the Beecher family, please stand and be recognized. Mamie Loretta Manis. Please join Chair Carter and Vice Chair Thompson at the front. Mamie Loretta Manis from Westmore Elementary School is this month's Engage, Inspire, Succeed Support Staff honoree. Mrs. Manis has been with Moore County Schools since 2004 and proudly serving as a technology assistant at both Robbins Elementary and Westmore Elementary for several years before moving into the role of data manager and administrative assistant at Westmore. This year, Ms. Manis helped to get an after-school daycare program started and also serves as a daycare director. Aside from school, Ms. Manis is very active in her church and sings in the gospel choir. She loves spending time with her family, especially her 2 boys and her grandchildren. She has plans to retire at the end of this year. Westmore staff and students appreciate Ms. Manis' many years of dedicated service to Moore County and to the Westmore community. She will be missed by her Westmore family. Congratulations, Ms. Manis, and with Principal Hussey and members of the Manis family, please stand and be recognized.
Yes, please do.
Brings tears to my eyes.
Congratulations. Enjoy the retirement.
Rebecca Garner, please join Chair Carter and Vice Chair Thompson in the front. Rebecca Garner is this month's Engage, Inspire, Succeed volunteer honoree. Ms. Garner has served High Falls Elementary School in many capacities, including supporting extracurricular field trips, athletics, and planning and chaperoning after-school events. She oversees fundraising for curriculum needs and sponsorships for students with financial needs. Ms. Garner serves as the Parent Booster Club president and serves on the Parent Advisory Council for Moore County Schools. This year, Ms. Garner helped to organize the school's Fall Festival, which earned the school $21,000 in profits. Recently, she has helped support and uplift 2 students who are dealing with major health issues by rallying support and funding through a 5K run and donations. In her leadership role, she has led endeavors to support the learning and emotional well-being of all children and has been instrumental in laying a foundation that promotes parental involvement. Thank you, Ms. Garner, for devoting your time to meet the needs of the school family and community. Congratulations, and would Principal Hussey and members of the Garner family please stand and be recognized.
Mr. Dennison, that'd be Principal Pope, would it not?
Oh, excuse me, excuse me. Excuse me, Diane. My apologies. Claudia Hash, please join Chair Carter and Vice Chair Thompson in the front. Claudia Hash is a senior at Northmore High School and is this month's Engage, Inspire, Succeed student honoree. Claudia is a talented artist who has received numerous awards throughout her high school career. Most recently, Claudia was awarded the Gold Key and 2 Silver Key awards from the Scholastic Art Competition. More than 340,000 artists from all over the country submitted their work to this prestigious competition, with less than 17,000 being awarded Gold Keys. All Gold Key artists will now be judged in the final round, and national winners will be announced this spring. Claudia is currently painting in the hallway a mural to showcase her talents for the entire school. Claudia toured the UNCG campus and art department a few weeks ago and has plans to continue her study of art in college. Mustang Country is proud of Claudia and her accomplishments. Congratulations, Claudia. And with Principal Purvis and members of the Hash family, please stand and be recognized. This month we have one additional recognition. Guess who? Carmen Adler. Please join Chair Carter and Vice Chair Thompson in the front. Pinecrest High School junior Carmen Adler claimed 2 victories during the NCHSAA 4A Indoor Track State Championship on February the 15th. She won the 1,600-meter run with a time of 5 minutes 50 seconds and the 3,200-meter run with a time of 11 minutes 9.5 seconds. With these wins, Carmen now holds 9 state championship titles. Also in January, Carmen was named the Gatorade Girls Cross Country Runner of the Year for North Carolina for the 2nd year in a row. This award was created to recognize the nation's most elite high school student athletes for their athletic excellence, academic achievement, and exemplary character. Carmen continues to impress with her success, not only in running, but in the classroom too. Congratulations, Carmen, and with Principal Phillips and Coach Bunchholz and members of the Adler family, please stand and be recognized.
Dr. Grimensig, let us move on to the program highlight.
Madam Chairman, at this time, I'm going to invite Dr. Kenna Wilson, who is a principal of the Community Learning Center at Pinckney, and her staff to offer you your program highlight for this month.
Good evening. Thank you for allowing us to talk about something that we're most proud of. I have to my left Miss Alicia Gatling, who is a teacher at our school, Jasmine Tanner, who is a student representative on the Superintendent Student Advisory Council. She's a sophomore at our school. and Miss Jamie Crisco, who's a counselor. So how do students come to CLC? They come to us for a variety of reasons. We're the alternative school in the district. Alternative learners come because they have, for whatever reason, not experienced success in their home middle school or high school. And there are a variety of ways that they arrive. We've listed some of those things for you, but really the bottom line is that students at the alternative school actually need more individualized support in developing goals and support to achieve those goals. Yeah, so staffing. And how we do that at CLC is exciting. We're very, very small. We actually offer all of the academic core courses required for a student to graduate high school, and we offer some electives that are online, and we also offer all the required courses that a middle schooler needs in 7th and 8th grade, and we do that with 5 full-time teaching positions. We do have EC support through a full-time EC teacher, a TA that is not EC, but 1 full-time teacher assistant, and of course the support staff that we have. But we do that with a small staff, but are able to offer what is required that is offered in traditional high school, middle schools.
My school is unique because here I have been able to overcome personal struggles that I, in a way, couldn't in other schools. My staff really cares about other students and helps us out in so many ways. They help us figure out what is holding us back and how to overcome those things. They help us set goals and then help us meet them. I am most excited about my long-term goal to attend ECU and major in forensic science. I guess the most special part of Pinckney is that I feel like a part of a family. I feel loved and supported, and I feel like I can be successful.
So at Pinckney, we offer 2 program options in an attempt to support as many individual student situations as possible. Our day program is logistically similar to the other high schools and traditional schools, running Monday through Friday from 8 until 2:30. This program has a capacity for 10 7th graders, 10 8th graders, and 60 high schoolers. Then we have our Twilight program, which is a self-paced online option. And Twilight runs Monday through Thursday from 4 to 6 p.m. on our campus here in Carthage. And we also offer a satellite location in the last couple years at the Southern Pines Boys and Girls Club, and that's on Wednesdays from 4 to 6. One of the things that I consider personally as maybe a most important program highlight is our focus on restorative practices. When undesired behaviors or incidents happen at school, we work with our students to identify the root cause of their feelings or the actions that may have led to that incident. And then we ask them to think about the impact that's had on them as a student, their peers, their families, our school as a whole, and the community as a whole. And then we work with them on how they can restore that harm that action or behavior may have caused. And so we feel like that any day or any incident that we can end with a restorative session instead of a punishment is a win for us at Pinckney.
Our middle school program is what we call a Tier 3.5 intervention, meaning the students were referred from their home schools because they were not successful behaviorally or academically after receiving Tier 3 interventions. The program includes double blocks for math and reading to address deficits in those areas, and there is also a strong emphasis on social skills throughout the day.
Our high school curriculum, as I shared earlier, we offer all of those academic core courses. We have online electives that are offered. We did not have any seated electives that were offered until this year, and we're really excited to have squeezed it in. It's not unusual for our teachers to have 7 preps. So we squeezed in journalism, so that's our first seated elective. and that's brand new, and we'll showcase some of that at the end. We also have an emphasis, just like in the middle school, on social skills, very targeted instruction in social skills. We also have the Ambassadors Program with an emphasis on our students going out and serving in their community. Last year, we had our first students that accessed the College of Career Promise courses at Sandhills, and this year, for the first time, we have students who've accessed the continuing ed courses at Sandhills.
And just to go back quickly to our Twilight program, I wanted to talk about the success that we have had in getting kids back. Our dropout recovery efforts we reach out to all of the dropouts throughout the county to try to get them to come back to school and finish up their high school education. And our Twilight program, the flexibility of that program, we often see that as a good selling point, a nice selling point to them, because a lot of our students in that program have obligations during the day, work, home, family, that they are already kind of adulting out there, but it's really important for us to help them get that high school diploma. And so that's the typical student that we see come back to Twilight and utilize that program the most.
So what does the data say about our school? And we often say it can't be quantified. Every victory, every success is celebrated at our school, but we have seen increase in overall school performance and achievement. We've seen gains in all of our student subgroups on end-of-course tests at the high school level. We've seen gain in 8th grade science as of last year. We've had higher NCFE passing rates than we've seen before, most recently. Last year, we continued to increase the number of graduates, continue that trend with 51 graduates, and we recovered 15 students who had already dropped out. Our kids continue to serve in the community. Last year's approximately 3,000 hours of service in different places where our kids volunteered. And again, I talked about them for the first time getting to go and take those CCP courses that their counterparts at traditional high schools access. Most excitedly, I say, this year we've created new partnerships with the Habitat for Humanity and Sandhills Community College, and together with some of our community partners, we have created a program where our students they've built a house. They're almost finished building a house with Habitat for Humanity. Over 90% of the construction was done by our students. They're earning high school and college credit while doing that, while giving back and creating a home for a family. And most of our students would qualify for a home and may not, access that level of housing at this time, but they're doing that and volunteering their time to do that and earn credit.
It has become a tradition of sorts to record our students reciting lines from Marianne Williamson's Our Deepest Fear. This year, our very first journalism class, which is spearheaded by Jasmine as our chief editor, produced the video. This video is special to me to help with as the staff chair each year because it highlights the diversity in our student body. But most importantly, the words emphasize what they don't hear often, that they are more than enough.
Our deepest fear is not that we are inadequate.
Our deepest fear is that we are powerful beyond measure.
It is our light, not our darkness, that most frightens us.
We ask ourselves,
who am I to be brilliant, gorgeous, talented, and fabulous?
Actually, who are you not to be?
Your playing small does not serve the world.
There's nothing enlightened about shrinking.
So other people won't feel insecure about you.
We are all meant to shine as children do.
It's not just in some of us, it's in them.
And as we let our light shine,
we unconsciously give people permission to do the same.
As we're liberated from our own fear, our presence automatically liberates others.
Thank you.
I think the better word is thank you from us to you. As most impressive, any comments from anyone?
I would like to make
wonderful
one.
program?
Those 51 students that they played a significant role in ensuring they were graduating, particularly the 15 that had dropped out that came back. To put that in perspective, those 50 students mean a 5% increase in the graduation rate in Moore County schools. Each 10 students is about 1% because we have about 1,000 graduates each year. So that's a significant role and very much appreciated. And it's not easy for those kids or the teachers to make sure this happens. Thank you very much.
And I'll just add to that the graduation ceremony is in this room every August, and I will say it is by far one of my favorite graduation ceremonies because each of those students came to that ceremony with a little bit of history, and they stuck it out, and they figured out a way to make it happen. The staff worked with them one-on-one to find what would engage them and inspire them to complete their studies, and we're just so grateful for the work that you're doing. And I'm very grateful for the partnership with Habitat. Most of us were there on the build day with Habitat to help out on a weekend, and I was floored with what those students were able to do and accomplish in building that home. And I can't wait for that homeowner to take ownership of that home and the pride that all those students at your school will feel when they drive by that and see that home and that family complete there. So thank you for your efforts, and just really pleased with the work that's going on there.
And I think that all of us who were at the Habitat build have a new appreciation for scaffolding and just all the basics that go into construction. And these are wonderful skills that our students are taking with them, besides the ability to work and support the community. So thank you.
That house is located right here in Carthage for anybody that wanted to take a look at it.
Well, thank you again. We now move to the consent agenda. Is there a motion to approve as presented?
So moved.
Second.
All right, it's been moved by Mr. Dennison, seconded by Mr. Weaver. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Our motion carries 6-0. We will now move to the public hearing on the proposed budget. Vice Chair Thompson.
Madam Chair, we do have speakers signed up this evening to speak on the proposed 2020-21 budget. I will ask that each speaker limit their remarks to 3 minutes. There will be a clock running to give you an idea of what the time frame is. If you are with Serval that is here to support you, as you begin, if you want to ask them to stand, that would be great. And I will call the first 5. We have seats down on the bottom. So if you would come up and speak in the order as I call your name, that would just help us to move this along a little bit. So if Kenna Wilson, Clayton Burns, Kent Eklund, Rebecca Brown, and Kimberly Smith, if you will come down and go in that order. Kenna Wilson is first, and Clayton Burns, and then Kent Eklund, Rebecca Brown, Kimberly Smith.
All right, a lot of my staff is present. We are small, but in percentage, we are mighty. If you'd like to wave, my folks are here, okay? Everybody who could be here, and those who aren't had obligations with family. At CLC, we serve the district's most vulnerable secondary students. We can safely say that 100% of them experience significant challenges in their lives that are no fault of their own. Relationships matter in their lives. Positive relationships with educators sometimes mean the difference between a life of success and one that is not. With increased class sizes and decreased staffing, those life-changing relationships go unformed and needs go unmet. Budget issues are not on the minds of our kids at CLC. What is on their minds are the goals they've set and the hope they have in getting the education they need to reach those goals. They don't quantify their days or their hope in budget dollars, but rather in the positive relationships they have with their teachers, their custodians, the school receptionist, the counselor, their social worker, teacher assistant, their SRO, basically in the educators that are there for them every day. Without funding, those educators won't exist. CLC at Pinckney not only supports the superintendent's proposed budget as a staff, but we would respectfully ask our board to be even more ambitious when asking for funding from our commissioners to ensure we not only have what has been asked for in regards to staffing all of those important positions and classified salary raises so we can ensure that we can retain those, but to also ask for the funding required to bring more educators, more across all areas, both classified and certified, to our district to serve our students so life-changing relationships will not go unformed and every one of our students' hope will be realized. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm here in support of the support staff, the maintenance department. If you would stand up. My name is Clayton Burns. I work for the maintenance department. I want to thank you for allowing me to present this afternoon. I've been with the school system for 8 years. And during that time, I've had the opportunity to work with a lot of gifted and talented individuals. An organization is only as good as its people. Moore County Schools has a lot of good and talented people, which you've spent a lot of time in training. It is increasingly hard for these people to stay in our system with the current funding. It's not only that they know their trade, they know our schools, which saves a lot of time and money every time they go to their schools. Let's face it, a building is just that, it's a building. While important, it's not the only aspect of a learning environment. What makes a good school system is the people. The teacher, assistant who is there with a good word of encouragement when a school child's having a hard time. The cafeteria worker who prepares the meals and is there with a smile in the morning. The custodian who keeps the school clean and helps the children find their class on the first day of school or something like that. While the maintenance department doesn't have direct contact with a lot of the students, we keep the schools warm, cool, the lights on, and the water flowing. Speaking from the maintenance side, I've seen a lot of skilled people leave the system. These are the people that you can't replace overnight. While some of them have retired, a lot of them just left because they saw no chance for advancement, and they saw no light at the end of the tunnel. It hurts to see these trained people leave and go down the road working for another county agency or state agency, making $10,000 more a year. And I just see something wrong in this picture. What we're asking you to do is invest in the people of Moore County Schools and keep it one of the best schools in the system, in the state. I know that this step scale is not perfect for everyone, but it offers a way forward for a lot of people and would do wonders for our morale. I thank you for your time, and I thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Ken.
Thank you. I'm Ken Eklund, Director for Technology here at Moore County Schools. I'm going to ask the dedicated staff in the technology department that are here with me to stand. They're part of the dedicated classified staff that serve all of Moore County staff, students, and teachers, and our community as a whole. I've come to you many times asking for financial support for infrastructure, other needs related to devices. Thankfully, we have sources of funding for these, such as our digital learning funds, E-rate federal funds, but there's nothing dedicated specifically to our classified staff. I stand here in support of the classified salary increases that are proposed in the budget. I want to make the point that our staff are not like computers. I've come to you before talking about stretching the life of our devices, keeping devices around for much longer. We can't do that with our staff. We can't keep increasing their workload without upgrades. When they crash, you can't simply reboot them and get on with your day. I've also come to you and talked to you repeatedly about end of life of our infrastructure and our computers. Our staff does not have an end of life. They are more valuable the longer they are here with Moore County Schools. They have experience and they have knowledge. They have dedicated a career to Moore County Schools. They have invested careers of support and service to the Moore County Schools staff, students, and community. We should make the same investment in them. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Rebecca Brown, and I'm a longtime employee of Moore County Schools. I want to thank you for allowing me to speak. I'm here tonight to show my support of the classified salary proposal, but first I would like to brag on my classified coworkers. Everybody that's a classified worker, please stand up. I have the honor and privilege to work elbow to elbow in the ditches and behind the scenes with the most amazing people. They are some of the most hardworking, talented, creative, committed people I know. They work with great care and humility. The definition of humility that I like the most is this: humility is not putting yourself down. Humility is setting yourself aside to help others. And that is what our classified staff do every day. They help and support others. Now to the classified salary proposal. When my nephew was just a little boy, I asked him, "What do you want to be when you grow up?" He said with great pride and excitement, "I want to be a plunger." Of course, he was trying to say he wanted to be a plumber, but he said plunger. We all should have the freedom to choose what we want to be when we grow up, whether it's to be a plumber, a principal, a mechanic, an office worker, a teacher, or a bus driver. It should be our choice. And we should be able to make that choice with a reasonable expectation that if we work hard, develop our skills, become knowledgeable of our job, and make a commitment to our employer, that we should be able to earn a fair wage and grow in our career. Sadly, that has not been the case for classified employees in the education system. As you know, our salary scales for classified employees has been frozen for many years, while the cost of living continues to increase. Through the years, the state has given classified employees very minimal salary increases and no salary increase this year. On top of that, the state is now charging employees for health insurance coverage, which for many years was provided as a free benefit. So as costs have gone up for classified employees, their salaries have not gone up in comparison. In other words, those who have set themselves aside to help others year after year have not themselves been helped. Now is the time to help. Now is the time to help our classified employees earn a fair wage and have a clear path that will help them grow in the career of their choice. Now is the time to show classified employees how much they are valued and how much their loyalty is appreciated. Board members, I urge you to make the classified salary proposal a priority in your budget. Thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you. Thank you. Kimberly.
Hey, my name is Kimberly Smith, and I have worked at Moore County Schools for 25 years. I want to thank you for this opportunity to speak on behalf of the classified staff. Who are classified staff? When this question is asked, a lot of times people think of child nutrition and custodians. There are many categories of classified staff in this classified salary proposal, and I want to share them with you. Our school police, our custodians, child nutrition, classified school nurses, maintenance department, transportation department, including bus monitors, technology department, human resources department, finance department, teacher assistants, office support at the schools and central services, athletic trainers, speech language pathology assistants, occupational and physical therapists and the assistants, testing coordinator, braillists and interpreters, and daycare workers. As the salary study was completed last year, it confirmed that our classified staff could work for other nearby employers and make more money. I think most of our classified staff enjoy their jobs and really don't want to leave. but they do want to feel appreciated and to be paid a fair wage. Attracting qualified, highly skilled, and loyal employees is becoming harder and harder. I recently experienced and have been told by other departments the difficulty of recruiting new employees. When applicants are told the beginning salary, they are no longer interested in the position. What does that say of Moore County Schools? Last year, Moore County Schools told each classified staff member in dollars how much more valuable the individual and their position was. For some folks, it was a lot of money. That news raised their hopes and brought excitement. So it was really disappointing to the classified staff when the classified salary proposal had to be cut from the budget, which made them feel they are not valued employees. The school system told us the county didn't give the money to fund the proposal. The county said they gave the money, but the school system chose to spend it in other ways. Whatever the case, classified staff were caught in the middle and left with nothing. Then this year, even the state of North Carolina has not seen fit to give us a raise. We appreciate that Dr. Grimsey has placed the classified salary proposal back in the proposed budget this year and ask that you continue to stand behind it and really let our classified staff know how important and valued they are. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next.
If I may interrupt you just a moment, ma'am. We have two vehicles that I need to announce that are fixing to be towed by property owners. The first one is a Rosa Dela Cruz out of Robbins. The second one is a Richard Antill from Pinehurst. Your vehicles need to be moved as soon as possible, please.
Thank you, thank you. Our next set of speakers include Allison Mabe, Rodney Hardy, Tim Wallace, Pam Moore, Allison Barnes. If you would come to the front, please, in that order. First, Allison Mabe, then Rodney, Tim, Pam, and Allison Barnes.
Good evening. I'm Allison Mabe. I have worked here in the technology department for 21 years.
Allison, if you could speak, there you go.
Can my timer start over?
Give her the
I needed that few seconds. Okay, so like I said, I've worked in the technology department for 21 years. Every year, the focus seems to be placed on teacher retention. This is very important, but retaining the support staff that maintain the resources that support our teachers is just as important. Not only are these individuals educated and well-trained in the field that they support, they are very familiar with our 24 schools. The value of an employee that is knowledgeable in their field is greatly magnified by years of experience and history of operations within our system. This is the maintenance person that will have the problem fixed quickly because they have already faced similar issues throughout our campuses over the years. The SRO that knows the layout of the school by heart and all of its hiding places. The technician that goes straight to the source of the network issue that can bring a school or the entire district back online in a timely fashion. Examples like this can be mentioned for all classified staff. When something goes wrong, having experience on our team greatly reduces the impact to our students and teachers. The days of being able to hold on to these valuable people are quickly fading. They are unable to stay in these positions when their beginning pay is so low with no annual increases. It is sad to know that some of our students living in homes that are financially struggling are actually the students of our coworkers. Our coworkers are leaving for other local and state jobs where they start out earning thousands more because of their experience they had with us. Who can we hire in their place? How many people will turn down the position once they are told of our current pay scale? We are not the type of district that wants to hire our fourth or fifth choice for any position. We want the best. And if that recruitment challenge isn't steep enough, on January 1st, new hires will not qualify for state health insurance when they retire. Low start pay, no step scale, disappearing health insurance is going to result in hiring unqualified, inexperienced applicants that are here only for training and a boost on their resume. We have daily contact with your children and play a big role in making them safe and able to learn. But we also have a responsibility when it comes to our families. We want to provide the best for them and be there for them at the end of the day instead of leaving for a second job. One of our questions when interviewing for a position in IT is, where do you see yourself in 5 years? And more often than not, their honest answer is not with Moore County Schools. Thank you for allowing us to come support Dr. Grimacy and Mr. Cox's proposal to move all classified staff to a step scale. Good night.
Thank you. Rodney? Thank you.
Members of the board, Dr. Grimacy, thank you for the opportunity to speak. I would like to say thank you for being the driving force behind the growth that this district has seen in the recent past. Our schools are awesome and have been needed for quite some time. In the past, there have been great strides of progress throughout the district. Members strive to have a good working relationship with the Moore County Commissioners and to enable smooth operations based upon trust and credibility. Decisions are evaluated, voted upon, and placed into actionable operational plans. At the center of the wheel is where you, the Board of Education, sit. Thank you. As in the case with growth and change takes place, there's many bumps in the road. Oftentimes, members of the organization feel the pressures of change, which causes anxiety and stress. One of these is the growth of our schools requiring more support from all aspects of our system members. Another is that staff are called upon to maintain all of the equipment, campuses, heating, lighting, clerical, janitorial, bookkeeping, and of course our police officers. One of the things that impressed me about coming to work for the Moore County Schools Police Department was the team aspect approach to all problems. Moore County Schools is extremely blessed to have such wonderful personnel that truly enjoy being a part of a wheel that makes our system run smoothly. As growth happens, more work is being asked of all of our staff. When an employee with longevity resigns from a position, this is a tremendous loss, not only to the departments, but also to the school system in itself. Their knowledge, the time that they have in their job, and the understanding of the organization suffers. True, we can fill positions. However, the loss of the knowledge and the loss of the experience that you have within that district suffers. Currently, speaking for the police department, I currently have 3 staff members that drive their personal vehicles to and from their duty assignments, to court, to training classes. This also is a problem for them to be able to transport children and staff whenever someone has to go home or has to be picked up. Chief Fry and I have addressed this by stating to our staff that we don't want anybody driving their personal vehicles to undertake the civil liabilities associated with that by transporting staff and or students to and from a campus. Not only is this an issue, but also the ability to fill open positions with qualified, credible help. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Next, we have Tim Wallace.
Good evening. I'm here representing classified staff and especially the Moore County Schools Maintenance Department, as you've already seen. So what a great group of guys and girls. I'm Tim Wallace, HVAC electrician technician for Moore County Schools. Just a little background on myself. I've been here for about 20 plus years, so I'm considered one of the old guys here, the old timers. So I'm a product of Moore County Schools. My wife was also a product of Moore County Schools, where she taught 33 years. My son is a product of Moore County Schools. So I have nothing but respect for our school system. I'm here today to advocate for my Moore County Schools Maintenance Department family. We're here today to ask you to consider implementing our step raise program in place for classified personnel. You see, Moore County Schools Maintenance is a family, a team. We work together as a group. We feel we are the heartbeat of Moore County schools. I'm here today to fight for this family that I call Moore County Schools Maintenance. We have heard in the past that others are fighting just for us, only to have our funds reallocated to other positions. I'm here today to personally ask you to consider funding our raises. I'm at the end of my career, but I'm here today fighting for the men and women in Moore County Schools Maintenance family for their future. Thank you for allowing me to speak today and voice our concerns. Thank you.
Thanks, Tim. Pam Moore. Pam Moore.
Dr. Grimacy and members of the Board of Education, my name is Pam Moore and this is Angie Robinson. We are teachers representing the staff of Southern Pines Primary and Southern Pines Elementary School. In January of 2021, SPP and SPE will join together to be one school. We are aware of the time and the effort that will be requested to make this transition. We are very grateful to all the people who have helped to make this new school a reality for us. We are excited for our students to learn and to thrive in the new building. We want you to know that as a staff, we've got this. We have heard that there are people in our community who would say that Dr. Grimacy's proposed budget is asking too much money. In fact, we are here to argue that he is not asking for enough money to meet the needs of our students. When we open up our new school, we will continue to be a Title I school with a high student population of poverty, trauma, military, and homeless needs. While we celebrate the diversity of our school, we know that we have a unique set of challenges beyond just meeting the academic needs of our students. We love our students and can't imagine working anywhere else. As a staff, we work diligently to meet the needs of the whole child. These include academic, behavioral, social, and emotional needs. We realize that education is about so much more than simply academics. Many of our students deal with childhood trauma and lack of consistency at home. For these students, school is their safe and consistent place. With a high military population, many of our students also deal with the many issues that arise from having one or both parents serving our country. In order to simply maintain the level of support that we are currently able to provide, we are here asking for your help. At the present time, we currently have 2 principals, 2 assistant principals, and 2 guidance counselors between the 2 schools. When the new school opens, our population will double, and we will have 1 principal, 1 assistant principal, and 1 counselor. Our administration and other key support personnel will decrease by half. In addition to their regular duties, our administrators also develop personal relationships with our students and their families and provide support for all of our students. They work closely with families and other agencies to help ensure that the needs of our students are being met. Currently, our guidance counselors are able to provide bi-weekly guidance classroom lessons and meet with small groups of students and individual students in order to help them with their individual needs. They also lead the student support team in 504 meetings. Teachers will have to take on additional responsibilities in order to fill the gaps if we lose these positions. We are here asking to maintain 2 assistant principals and 2 guidance counselors at the new school. While we are very excited to gain our new school, we do not want the level of support to decrease for our students when we open the door to this school. Our students deserve the very best that we can offer them. We thank you for your time and hearing our concerns and our needs.
Thank you so much. Next, we have Allison Barnes.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Allison Barnes, and I'm here on behalf of all classified staff, but especially my department, the transportation department. If everyone could stand. I'd like to refer back to our core belief. Resources are provided so students and staff of all backgrounds and abilities can be successful. Oftentimes, our classified staff, we get overlooked. I've been in this school system since 2011. I absolutely love what I do. This year alone, I've applied for so many other jobs, but I stayed because there's nothing I'd rather do than be here to support children. That is my purpose. Within my department, my drivers, we have drivers that are on the road at 4:45 in the morning, I know we have our latest driver about 6:22. They're parking every evening. The drivers, they're more than just drivers. We have a shortage. We receive so many phone calls saying, you know, what's going on? Explain this to me. And I feel like this plan will be able to retain drivers and bring more drivers in who want to stay and want to grow at Moore County Schools. Another big thing is our mechanics. Since I've been here personally, I've seen so much experience walk out the door. That experience means a lot. When we have 2 or 3 buses break down at a time in the evening, if all of our guys are new, they're fresh, you know, they're not certified, it takes more time to go out and deal with those calls. Our mechanics are currently working 12, 13-hour shifts 5 days a week. They don't complain, they do it because they, you know students are our number one goal. But this plan will help them to have family time, be at home with their family, and be able to build a retirement and come to work and actually love a job that they're doing. I feel like the hours, you know, they can be burnt out really quickly. I honestly feel like if the safety and concern of our students are the main thing that we have to invest in our own, and I feel like this plan, it'll give it'll give a boost to the employees. It's not like we're just coming to work and being overlooked. You know, it'll give them more resources to provide for their families. Thank y'all for your time.
Thank you. Next, we have our next 5 is Fred Smith, Carrie Robledo, Rachel Chandler, Lynn Antill, and Jenny Mabry. And first, Fred Smith will go.
I'm Fred Smith. I've been with transportation about 2.5 years, and I have watched the department be destroyed. We had the whole department is gone because they seek raises and did not receive them. To me, the message they received was their job is not important, they're not significant, it didn't mean anything. But that's not the message I received from that. What I received is you lost sight of what the whole objective is, keep our children safe. That is the number one thing, to keep the children safe. Bus going to school, if you don't have people that's qualified to take care of it and have a salary increase, you're not going to keep them. And that's what you're telling me. You don't care if your children are safe. And that's what needs to be your number one concern. And that's all I have to say.
Thanks, Fred. Carrie? Thank you.
Good evening, esteemed members of the board. My name is Carrie Robledo, and I am a Digital Integration Facilitator, or DIF, serving High Falls Elementary, Robbins Elementary, and Ely's Middle School. And it has been my honor and privilege to serve as the 2019-2020 Moore County Schools Teacher of the Year.
Yay.
Moore County Schools is the best school system in the state because we have the best employees, both certified and classified, doing the work. I stand before you tonight in support of our classified employees, who deserve fair compensation for the often unrecognized work that they do for our students and our schools. Our schools operate and our students learn with classified employees on the job. Every day, classified employees are building connections and inspiring lives of the students at our schools. From transporting and feeding our students to making sure our technology works like it's supposed to and how we fix it when it doesn't, so thank you very much for that. And ensuring that schools are operating smoothly, classified employees are the backbone of our great school system. From the time students board a school bus to the time they head home at the end of the day, every part of their educational experience is impacted by a classified school employee. Yet, often these staff members have to take on a second job in order to make ends meet and to provide for their families. From the classroom to the playground, the school cafeteria to the bus garage, classified employees make a difference in the daily lives of our students. And it's time they earn at least a sustainable wage. If we continue to ignore the needs of these individuals, they may be left with no choice but to go elsewhere. Unfortunately, this is already starting to happen, and our schools and our children cannot afford for this to continue. Our schools will not run efficiently if we do not support the employees who support our school system every day.
Thank you. Rachel Chandler.
Good evening, Madam Chair, board members, and Dr. Grimacy. My name is Rachel Chandler, and I'm the data manager at Southern Pines Elementary. My colleagues and I spoke to you at the February 3rd work session meeting about classified salary increases. Since our presentation to the board last month, I've had numerous classified employees share with me their own stories. My story is not unique or special. Sure, my circumstances of being a widow are unique, but the story is the same. Stories of second jobs, insignificant raises over years of dedicated work, increased job responsibilities while maintaining the same pay, and lost family time. It might be packaged differently, but it's the same story, no matter what the bow on the outside of it looks like. As I listened to the work session meeting on March 3rd, I cannot help but find myself both excited and disappointed. While I cannot be happier with classified staff receiving a much-deserved pay increase, as the parent of a middle school child in a classroom with almost 40 students, I find it difficult to justify to myself or my daughter advocating for a pay raise without also advocating for more teachers. This should not be an either-or priority. I know that teachers, in their true form of self-sacrificing, giving nature, have stated that they are okay with another year of larger class sizes and less support in the class if it means that classified staff receive raises. That is what teachers do. They make it work. However, the students also deserve a learning environment where they can learn comfortably and where the support they need is in place. In addition, teachers deserve a teaching environment where they can effectively and have the support that they do so. Larger class sizes not only put added pressure on teachers, but also on support staff as well as classified staff. If the proposed budget does pass with the classified salary increase, but we may have to cut at least 2.5 nurses and 1 counselor position for the 2021-2022 school year to make it happen, someone has to take up that slack. If that nurse and or counselor happens to be one of the ones at Southern Pines Elementary, then that certainly will not lessen workloads. When we combine schools in January and my student population increases from approximately 300 students to over 600, we will have 1 data manager, 1 bookkeeper, 1 guidance counselor, 1 social worker who we share with another school, 1 SRO whom we share with another school, and 1 assistant principal. For double the amount of students, I don't see job responsibilities going down with this plan. I project they will increase everyone's workload. So while as an employee, I can appreciate the superintendent's conservative approach to the budget, and on the business side, I understand what he's trying to do by staying within the confines of the county commissioners, I feel that proposing a budget that asks for the bare minimum and that we know will not cover what we need, what we are mandated to have, we are simply replacing one problem with another. I ask that the superintendent be more aggressive with his budget proposal to meet the needs of all areas. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Lynn Antill. I also support all of our speakers we've had here today, but I'll talk about something just slightly different. I've got 3 kids, 2 at West Pine Elementary, and 1 is in private school. And people often ask why we chose to switch our oldest to a private school. And basically, it all started with class size. My daughter had 17 students in her 3rd grade class, and then in 4th grade, that jumped to 28. And as you know, increased class size can lead to a number of issues, such as 1, increased behavioral problems. So my daughter was frustrated by the constant interruptions. She'd often come home talking about who got in trouble and why, not talking about what she learned in school that day. Second of all, decreased contact and relationships between the teachers and students when you've got that many kids. My daughter would ask me questions about her schoolwork because she said, well, she didn't want to bother her teachers because they were always busy helping the other students or dealing with some of the behavioral problems. And at parent-teacher conferences, I was told that my daughter was doing well. She was getting good grades. She was liked by her friend or by her classmates. She was well behaved. And although that was true from the teacher's perspective, I actually was sad because I realized her teacher didn't know her and didn't know that the child who used to love school no longer did. And it's not her teacher's fault. I never, blamed her. She had 27 other kids in her class who required much more of her attention than my child. And that leads to my third point, which is increased class size results in decreased teacher satisfaction. The students aren't the only ones who suffer. As we know, teachers don't go into that profession for the money. They love kids and they want to teach and inspire them, but it's pretty difficult to do so when you've got more than 30 students in your class. And so the reason I'm here tonight is because I have a third grader, and right now the current fourth grade classes at West Pine Elementary have either 31 or 32 kids in them. And given that the current third grade class is larger than the current fourth grade class, I'm worried that my child will be in a class of about 34 kids next year, assuming our school isn't able to hire another fourth grade teacher. And so my daughter currently likes school. However, I worry that could change if she ends up being in a class that's so large. And I realize my family's fortunate in that we have options when it comes to schools, but that's not the case for everyone. And I also worry for all the kids and families who don't have that option. And I know that each of you worries about this as well, and I honestly would not want to sit in your seats. You have to prioritize the school's needs, determine what should or shouldn't be included in the budget, and then ask the county to approve it. And I know the needs are great and the resources are limited, but I ask that you find a way to include additional funding to bring back some of our fourth and fifth grade teachers into your proposed budget to the county. Your job is not easy. I support you, and I thank you for all you do.
Thank you. Jenny.
Hi, thank you for having me. My name is Jenny Mabry, and I'm coming as both the mother of a first and third grader at West End Elementary, and also as a pediatrician at Sandhills Pediatrics, who takes care of a great proportion of Moore County students in the elementary school age. Recently, while volunteering at in my child's classroom, his teacher informed me of what Ms. Antill just brought up. If things stay as they are at West End Elementary, the fourth grade classes will have 35 plus students in each class. And that's alarming on multiple levels, but from a medical standpoint, we are seeing a greater number of ADHD and high-functioning autistic children being diagnosed, often whom are able to get by without needing EC services or IEPs or 504 plans because of the ratios that we have in kindergarten through third grade right now. So teachers are able to give them more individual and small group attention so they're able to succeed without becoming more of a drain on EC services, which is wonderful. But if you put a high-functioning autistic child and 2 or 3 ADHD kids in with all of the other anxiety and learning problems that exist in a 35-plus child class, I can't even imagine how a teacher would even begin to handle that. So I think what's going to happen is we're going to get more and more children who are requesting educational evaluations, IEPs. So by saving the money from funding fourth grade teaching positions, I think that the budget is going to have to increase for EC services. So I think that should be a consideration when deciding about hiring fourth and fifth grade teachers. Also, just as a side note, I've seen you all fist bumping, and from an infection control standpoint, this is a nightmare. I fully stand behind the statistic that 100% of 9-year-olds are nose pickers. And last year we had a problem with a pertussis outbreak at West End Elementary. There's all flu and coronavirus concerns this year, and having more than 35 9-year-olds in close quarters in one classroom, I think your rates of illness and missing school are going to increase just because of close proximity and spread of germs. So thank you for taking those considerations into your planning for the budget.
Thank you. Next, we have our 5 group coming next. We will have Leona Payne, Tessa Davis, Diana Cagle, Tony Sewell, Ricky Sewell. Again, Leona, Tessa, Diana, Tony, and Ricky. Okay, you can begin.
Good evening and welcome to Carthage Elementary. I'm Leona and I'm actually the PTO president here. And I am just letting you guys know now that I'm really, really happy that it didn't rain tonight, because if it does, this auditorium floods. Due to the best, absolute best efforts of our maintenance team, they're amazing, but they don't have the right tools. They do an incredible job keeping an aging school functioning. We have several buildings on this campus that were built in several different decades. They are made from different materials, and they each have different maintenance needs. Our staff keeps everything going, and they've done it while being paid far less than they should. So when you ask our classified staff to work year after year, watching the cost of living rise around them, but never raising their salaries, we're telling them how much they're worth to us. When the county is given their classified staff counterparts at the county have received a raise, but you guys haven't, and I'm so sorry, because this, again, is telling us how much they mean to us. When you're asking them to maintain a property like this with insufficient resources at an insufficient salary, that lets them know how much they mean to us. So I want you guys to ask for more. I want you guys to ask not only for that step salary that they deserve, but for the resources they need to fix this school. We had you all and the county commissioners come out and tour this school, and unfortunately the county commissioners use that as an excuse to slap you down, but it's their fault, because our maintenance staff probably feels right now like they're being asked to drive those nails into the boards with their bare hands, but we know who has the money for the hammers that they need, and we need to ask them for it. So, thank you.
Thank you. Tessa?
Hi, I'm Tessa Davis, and I am the PTO treasurer here at Carthage, and I just want to start with class sizes. It's a major problem, and it can't be ignored. I'd like to see any one of you try and go into our 5th grade classroom here and shove 7 more chairs and desks where we already have 33 students. A 40-person classroom is not acceptable and is not a quality education. 3rd grade, 4th grade, and 5th grade should not be continued to be ignored due to the fact that you have to fund other things. I'm sorry, but ask the county commissioners for more money. There should be more money. Somebody's got to come up with a revenue solution that is a long-term solution, not a Band-Aid every freaking year. So clearly the problem isn't being fixed. I know no one likes taxes or increases, but what are we doing every year but running into a problem year after year after year? I will be here next year asking the exact same problems. It shouldn't be a problem in our county that we have to choose between class sizes, additional nurses, and counselors, and paying for our classified staff. We're Moore County. We're supposed to be one of the best counties in the state, but clearly, if you look at our SAT, ACT scores, and the other things, we're not being an acceptable county.
Thank you. Diana?
Hello, I'm Diana Cagle. I got the honor to speak with you in February at the work session for more support staff, but I couldn't stop there because we need more. I am a mother of 3 students here in Moore County Schools. I sold my house in Harnett County so my children could attend Moore County Schools. However, now that if we do not get this budget passed, I have a 3rd grade student at Cameron Elementary School that could be going to a 4th grade classroom that could well exceed over 30 children. What kind of education is my child going to receive? And I support public education. I am a teacher in public education. I do not want to look at other educational opportunities for my children, but if the budget is not passed and we do not fund more K-3 teachers, they're going to pull from 4th and 5th grade teachers. So there's no option there. So I want you to please, I am here to beg you to please consider not only what the support staff is much needed, the classified salaries is much needed, but these K-3, our children don't have a price tag. We can't put a price tag on our education. We are one of the best counties in the state. We have the money. I beg you to please go to the commissioners and support Dr. Grimacy and actually more aggressive budget. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Tony?
Members of the board and Dr. Grimacy, I appreciate the opportunity tonight to speak on behalf of the maintenance department. One of the things that have changed over the years, and I think a lot of times it's perceived that maintenance people can kind of be replaced by anybody that comes off the street. But the jobs that we do now is totally different than they were 20 years ago. With technology increasing, the things that we used to do with a piece of wire and a piece of tape is now done with a computer to do the diagnosis with or to find out what things are going on. And I think sometimes what we fail to realize is just because we're not sitting or being in a classroom or going to a certain college to gain that education, one of the things that are lost in our time now is the ability of people to use their hands. And I've sat in on some of these interviews after we've had people to retire and we've had to replace these people. And the job market just is not out there. With the economy doing better than it has ever done before, those people that are doing these kind of jobs, many of them are going outside into public work because they simply cannot take the cuts that it takes to come and work in our system. And I'm sorry to say that there's probably half of this department is going to be gone in the next 6 to 8 years. And what you're going to have to replace them with is someone that has these abilities and has these skills. And many times what we feel like is that we are not looked at with the value that we have in Moore County schools. The past perception has been that of the truth when it comes to budget time, the reality is not what the perception has been. Perception has been that we have value. But when it came to budget time, it was not the reality of that. So what I stand here tonight saying is we've always been told that we have value and that we're being looked at to help get those raises. But then when it came from that budget time, we went from the top to the bottom. And more or less we're told that if anything was left over, then we'll have money for your raises. So tonight, this budget, thankfully, has put us at the forefront. And this action has now just not insinuated that we have value, but it has declared the fact that we have value. The perception of our importance has now been set. But the reality of that being true rests in your approval of this budget. Now is the time to prove that the perception will now become the reality. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Ricky?
Board members, I thank you for taking the time to listen to me tonight. All I want to do is remind you of what you're paying for when you pay a salary to a custodian. I've been a custodian for 8 years in the Moore County system. Yes, we sweep the floors, we vacuum the floors, we mop. But we're also your first line of defense against the norovirus, the flu, and God forbid the coronavirus coming in. But we're the ones that clean up the messes, sanitize the rooms, clean your bathrooms. If somebody's nose bleeds, gets a cut, we're the ones that have to take care of that bloodborne pathogen that might be in there. And when you think about that, think about where you're sitting and see if you would want to do that job for what you pay us. We're the ones in the summer. In the summer, we save you thousands of dollars by refinishing the floors ourselves. I know how much it costs to contract those out because I contracted a few jobs last year, and I made enough in 3 weeks to cover my salary for the whole summer working for Moore County Schools. So what I'm asking you to do is consider what we do. Your head custodians make no more money than the guy that just came off the street. And they do your inventory on your supplies. They order your supplies. when a teacher needs something done, when a principal needs something done, they go to that head custodian and say, I need this, and she or he has to organize that whole thing and see that it gets done. And I want you to ask yourself if you would do that job for what you pay us. And ask yourself, can you hire somebody to replace us now if one of us decides that we can find something better to do? Now, I know the guy that replaced me, it took them 9 months to find somebody to hire that could take my place when I left Sand Hills Farm Life to go to High Falls. And you're going to run into that more and more. Because what we do is just not sweep the floor and go find a place to prop up and hide. What we do is stuff that nobody else would want to do. We don't have hazmat suits. The CDC doesn't come in to help us. We don't hire pest control to get rid of the lice in the room. The maintenance has to come get rid of the bed bugs. Would you want to do that for what we get paid? Thank you.
Thank you.
Because we still have quite a ways to go with speakers, we're going to take about a 10-minute break and then start back up.
Yoo-hoo, teachers. All right, now everybody look around. When you see a teacher, principal, and TA doing this, what does that mean? Oh, thank you. The chair would like your attention, Madam Chair.
We would like to get back. We still have a number of speakers to go, and we do value the comments from each of you. We value the strengths you bring to your positions, and we're going to do what we can do to fight for this. But we'd like to hear everyone speak before we're finished. Thank you. Ms. Thompson?
Thank you. Our next five will be Melissa Coles, Lucinda Dedman, Jessica Andrew, Renee Coleman, and Catherine Holmes. If you would come down, and we will begin with Melissa. And when you get to the podium, please repeat your name. Thank you.
Good evening, Moore County Board of Education. My name is Melissa Coles, and I am the data manager at High Falls Elementary School. I asked my fellow data managers to help me out with my speech tonight by giving them a brief online survey with questions that I thought were important and needed to be addressed. Here are my findings. Over half of the 24 data managers in this county had a second job to supplement their incomes. Over half of the 24 data managers have more than 10 years of experience with Moore County schools alone. We were all up in the air about whether or not we wanted to stay if this increase didn't happen. Some of us said yes, we would look. Others said no, they had too much time invested. And those that had too much time invested were going to go look for a second job. We as data managers have many hats that we wear every day, depending on which schools that we work at. We are receptionists, nurses, counselors, transportation, substitute, ISS coordinators, and copy machine experts. We are not complaining about the workload. We are just disappointed about how little Moore County schools think that data managers are worth. Is years of service no longer important? Is a new employee worth more than a seasoned, experienced employee? Are we not worth more with all of our years of experience and talents? Are we just supposed to accept this as our normal and get a second job? These are questions that some of my colleagues wanted me to bring up. The data manager's job is very much data-driven and requires more time and effort on our part to make sure that these results are accurate as possible. The county depends on this information to account for teacher allotments, military impact aid forms, nurses needing to know the absence rates for illnesses, and many other reasons that help teachers, school administrators, and district leaders. School funding starts with the data manager. I am very fortunate, unlike some of my other data managers who have been in this position longer than I have, that I make a little over $13 an hour, and some of them that work here longer have made significantly less. Just for fun, I decided to call the 9 counties that surround Moore County today and ask them what data managers make starting out with 1 year of experience. I got a response from 5 of those counties. They are in order from the least paying county to the highest. Richmond County comes in at $12.44 an hour. Lee County is $13.18 an hour. Chatham County is $14.25 an hour. Randolph, $15 an hour. And Scotland County came in with a whopping $15.43. I was also told by all of these counties that if I had more experience, I would be compensated accordingly. So I ask you, how much is Moore County's data worth? Thank you.
Thank you. Lucinda?
Good evening, Madam Chair, board members, Dr. Grimacy. I'd like to start by telling you my name is Lucinda Dedman. I'm Assistant Director for Student Support Services. And I would like to start by saying thank you for your support of Student Support Services over the years. I know that increasing our numbers is a top priority for you. I certainly do support the classified salary increase, and I want to be sure that we know this. But I also want to say that I don't think this budget has gone far enough to asking for supporting an increase in our student support services. If we don't move some of our money from the bridge funding, some of our positions from bridge funding in the next year, we will be losing 5 nurses, 2 counselors, and a psychologist. And the reason I'd like to say that we need to maintain these positions, I know several people have talked about our counselors and psychologists and social workers doing counseling and psychology and social work. But what our student support services personnel do the most is we save lives. And I want to tell you a little bit about that. Our nurses are learning about clinical signs and precautions that are used in hospital settings in addition to caring for our chronically ill and medically fragile students as they're preparing for the coronavirus to arrive. Our school resource officers are up in the middle of the night knocking on doors to do well-child checks as a follow-up to suicidal ideation and to assess potential threats. Our social workers, psychologists, and counselors implemented our Signs of Suicide program. They are continuing to conduct suicide assessments and referring families for help, and they are welcoming students back from hospital and homebound settings after suicidal ideation. There may be some folks who don't see this work as appropriate for a school district, but we are mandated by federal and state laws to provide mental health services and to provide a free and appropriate public education for all of our students. Just last week, I talked to a mom who said she had no idea that her daughter was suffering as much as she was. Because of the Signs of Suicide program, her friends knew the warning signs and knew what to do. They went to the school counselor. The counselor called the student's mom, who arranged for hospitalization and follow-up treatment. The student's mom called me last week and said to me that Mr. Cherry and your Signs of Suicide program saved my daughter's life. If we don't save lives, who will? Thank you.
Thank you. Jessica?
Hello, my name is Jessica Andrews, and I want to say thank you to the board for listening to us tonight, and I'd like to say thank you for everybody that's here. My story goes a little something like bus drivers, because that's in my heart. I am a second-generation bus driver and transportation specialist. I want to give you a quick look at what it takes to be a bus driver. First, you have to go through a 3-day class. You have to go through several tests, behind-the-wheel training. These 3-day classes are free, but are they really? First, as a college student or a parent, or just any individual, you have to prepare for these 3 days. That means you have to take time off, which means that's money, income missed out of your home. After you pass the test, now you need a DOT medical. If you're a Moore County School employee, you don't have to worry. DOT is free. But if not, you have to pay $77 for this test. If you have the money at the time, you can move to the next level. It's almost like a video game. The next level is you get to have your CDL permit, which is another $20. State's got to get their money. So you hold this permit for 2 weeks and before you can do the behind-the-wheel training. Then after you do that, you have to do your HR paperwork. Doing the HR paperwork can take anywhere to 2 weeks to a month. But this means after you do all that, you also have to go back to the doctor and get a TB test and a physical, costing between $30 and $50. Now, after you do behind-the-wheel training, try not to hit anybody during that time, you go and pay $60 to $80 to get your license. Well, you don't get reimbursed for that. So if you're lucky and you completed everything in time and you can get approval, you can start working the next month. If not, it may take 2 months to go through the required training and get approval. After that, that's more lost income taken from your home and taken off time for work. So once you get approved, you can start work. It's your new wage of $13.54 an hour. But that sounds great, depending on how payroll falls. Because if payroll falls towards the end of the month, it could be another month, could be 2 months. Either way, now you're looking at several months, sometimes that our drivers are having to wait for a paycheck. I tell you this because 99% of our drivers do this job because we love it. Nobody tells you about the inclement weather. Nobody tells you about the money it takes to go back and forth and the wear and tear on your car for gas. Nobody talks about getting runny, having tissues and sanitizer stuff on your bus for the runny noses and the boo-boos. We don't talk about the fighting and the cussing and the kids who are just going crazy, but we do it because we love what we do. We love seeing those students grow up and go through the school. We love seeing them become adults and they remember us. This is why we do what we do with transportation and why we love our bus drivers. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Renee Coleman,
And I have a kindergartner and a fourth grader at Pinehurst Elementary School, where I also serve as PTA treasurer. I greatly appreciate that the proposed budget is asking for the funding to implement a pay scale for our classified staff. It's difficult to put into words just how much these men and women mean to us at Pinehurst Elementary, and I'm sure at every school throughout Moore County. Constant turnovers in these classified roles absolutely have a negative effect on our schools. Retaining these employees and ensuring consistency in their roles is crucial. These men and women work and interact with our children each and every day, and their presence helps our schools run effectively and efficiently. So thank you once again for recognizing the importance of implementing a pay scale for our classified staff. I do also feel that there is a huge disconnect in the proposed budget. If there is a clear identified need to add 8 grade 4 or 5 teachers, why does the proposed budget, include funding for only 1 for the entire district? This is not okay with me, and it's not okay for many other parents, especially those with rising 4th and 5th graders. The increasing class size in these grades is getting out of control. There's research upon research proving that lower class sizes and student-teacher ratios have a direct impact on student achievement. Research has proven that classroom engagement absolutely decreases in larger classes. Research has also proven that some smaller class sizes and reduced total student loads create working conditions to increase teacher recruitment and teacher retention. I can't imagine our Board of Education letting down our rising 4th and 5th grade students and teachers by flat out not asking for this funding. My daughter has 25 students in a 4th grade class this year, and while she is a great student and she loves school and her teachers are amazing, ask her any day what she thinks about the number of students in her class, and you'll hear adjectives like crazy, loud, crowded. And next year, without additional funding, the 5th grade classes at Pinehurst could have 33 students in each class. When I told my daughter about this possibility, her response was, "Why? That's crazy." How do I answer that? I'm here tonight because I definitely don't want the answer to be because we simply didn't ask for the money. If ultimately we unfortunately do end up putting our children in classrooms with 30+ students, please don't let it be because we didn't ask for the money. Please don't let our rising 4th and 5th grade students and teachers down. You are their voice. Our students and their teachers need you to ask for this money. Please amend this proposed budget to include all 8 additional 4 or 5 teachers. Thank you.
Thank you. Catherine?
Good evening. I'm Catherine Holmes. I'm representing West End Elementary, the Warriors. I'm a mother of a 3rd grader who will be in 4th grade next year. She has 16 students in her class this year. Her class size is predicted to be more than double that next year. Double. So I just brought a little list for you. Mary, Brady, Addie, Peyton, Harper, Harrison, Audrina, Gabriel, Natasha, Gavin, Aubrey, Bennett, Peter, Emma, Leslie, Lily, London, I'm only on 17, Stacy, Grayson, Dylan, Maggie, Lucy, Jake, Presley, Riley, Walker, Caroline, Nick, Delaney, Jasmine, Ian, Zia, Asher, Maurice, and Ava. That's 35 names. Number 1, her mom just got diagnosed with breast cancer. Number 2, ADHD. Number 19, also ADHD. Number 32 struggles with anxiety. Number 7 is talented and gifted. Number 6 is a high-functioning autistic student. You get the idea. Now picture being a teacher and differentiating their education and raising your test scores and making each of them feel like their light is shining, like the poem we heard earlier. That each of them feels like their light is special. That's real hard for a teacher
to do with 35 plus students. In fact, I think it's kind of impossible. And I implore you to ask our county commissioners for more money. My third grader went with me last week to vote for some of you. And she has faith in you, and so do I. So be her voice like we voted for you to be. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Our next 5 is Stephanie Mills, Lindsay Raleigh, Emily Richardson, Karen Kent, Alexa Roberts, and the first speaker will be Stephanie Mills. And again, as you come up to the podium, please repeat your name, please. And I'm sorry, Penny Haywood, if you would come on down, please. Penny Haywood. Go ahead, Stephanie.
Good evening, Board of Education members. I am Stephanie Mills, a third grade teacher at West End Elementary School. This past week, the staff at West End Elementary was updated about the proposed budget for the upcoming school year. The proposed budget fails to reduce class size in grades 4 through 12. As an educator, this is very concerning to me. I witness each day how hard the 4th and 5th grade teachers work, along with all the other staff members at West End Elementary, to provide the best education for the students at WE. This year in particular, I have noticed how the class sizes of 28 to 30 plus in 4th and 5th grade have impacted the learning for the students and how hard we have worked to limit that impact. The teachers are not able to meet with students in small groups like they have in the past, which means that true differentiation to the same level is harder, and we struggle to meet the needs of all of our students. As educators, we are accountable for the education of the students that we teach each and every day. The staff at WE is empowered every day to meet the diverse learning needs of the students, but is difficult with the class sizes increasing. West End's track record shows that the staff at WE knows what students need and can push students to show growth. Every year it becomes more difficult to meet the needs of all of our students as class sizes are increasing. I'm afraid for our school that we're not going to be able to meet the needs of all of our students like we have in the past if class sizes keep on increasing. Knowing that after transfers for next year, the 5 current third grade classes may be combined into 2 fourth grade classes with 35 or possibly more students in a class. I know every teacher who is a parent constantly thinks to themselves, is this good enough for my child? If the answer is no, then it is not good enough for the students that we teach. I treat my students just like my own children, just like we all do. If my soon-to-be kindergartner was in a 4th or 5th grade class with 35 students, I would not be okay with this, and you shouldn't be okay with this either. Every student deserves the best education possible, and this isn't possible with these class sizes. Going back to the Moore County Schools mission, it states that the supportive, engaging, and safe learning environments that are created every day build knowledge, skills, and abilities needed for future success. This mission cannot be fully fulfilled until the class sizes are reasonable numbers so that teachers and educators can do what they have been called to do, and that is to teach each child to their fullest potential. I am a product of Moore County Schools. I was born and raised in Moore County. This is my 18th year in education. I want my children to have the same opportunities as I did to get the education they need to be successful citizens in today's world. Please consider what the effects of larger class sizes will have on future classrooms. Thank you for your time, your consideration, and your continued support for Moore County Schools.
Thank you, Stephanie. Lindsay.
Hi, I'm Lindsay Riney, and I've lived in Moore County for 18 years now. I have 2 kids, a second grader and a kindergartner at Pinehurst Elementary. My preschooler will also go there. I'm just Happy to see that once again this year, the proposed budget is asking for funding to implement a pay scale for our classified staff. Our classified staff is part of our PES family. Ms. Colby, our data manager, knows the name and face of every child in the school and most of the parents. Ms. Jane, our bookkeeper, also steps in cheerfully to various roles like nurse or even the car line coordinator. Our IAs, who most K-1 students will identify as their second teacher, we love ours, know that every student in our school works with students in small groups, serve recess or lunch duty, and are the first and last faces of many students they see each day with car or bus duty. They're some of my kids' very favorites at PES. Our custodians, Miss Vicky, Miss Teresa, or Mr. Darrell, who work miracles keeping our facility clean for over 600 students and even directing traffic in the car line. Our bus drivers, many of whom have been with our kids for years, and our cafeteria ladies, who not only know students' names, but also know the likes and dislikes of many students. Our classified staff creates the backbone of our school and that allow our teachers to excel. I'm pleased to see that you are asking again for this pay scale, and I hope you will continue to fight for them this spring when the budget is presented to the county commissioners. Thank you.
Thank you. Emily?
Hello, my name is Emily Richardson. I am a parent of 3 students in Moore County Schools. I have a 6th grader at West Pine Middle School, and I have 2 students currently at Pinehurst Elementary School. I'll begin by saying I'm grateful to see that you all once again are asking for the pay scale for our classified staff. It's necessary, it's long overdue. They're a vital component of all of our schools, especially our school at Pinehurst, and everyone else would say the same. Everyone before me has spoken so eloquently about that subject that I would just ask for your continued support and that you continue to fight for that as the budget moves forward to the county commissioners. I understand the desire of the proposed budget to stay within the 40% number pledged by our county commissioners back in 2016. However, in doing so, I think this budget fails our students and our staff. There are currently 100 4th grade students at Pinehurst Elementary School, and there's only 3 5th grade teachers. So that means about 33 a class if our numbers don't change. I currently have a 4th grader at Pinehurst Elementary School who'll be in 5th grade next year. So selfishly, I want that teaching position, that one teaching position you all are asking for at Pinehurst. So I did a little sleuthing. I started asking my friends at schools around the county to see, well, how many students do you have in your 4th grade or your 3rd grade or 5th grade classes? And basically what I found out is that every single county in the school wants this one position, that all of us are in the same boat where we're going to have our child or we're going to be teaching a class that has 30 or more students in it. Carthage is looking at having 40 students in their 5th grade classes. So in my mind, I'm thinking, we're not going to get this teaching position. My child is going to be in a classroom that has 33, 34, 35 students. It's not acceptable for my child to be in a class with that many students, and it's not acceptable for any child in the district, especially our 4th and 5th graders, to be in a class with 30 plus students in it. So the fact that we are not at this point even asking for those other 8 positions is unacceptable to me as a parent. We're asking too much of our teachers to teach those class sizes over and over again. What message are we sending to our staff if we're not even choosing to fight for the additional positions, if we're not even choosing to ask our county commissioners to pony up the funds so that we can have the class sizes that are best for our students and best for our staff? So what I'm asking of you, the board, is that you go back and you revise that budget, that we go beyond that 40%, that arbitrary number that was set, and that we say that we cannot come to you with a budget that meets that 40% guideline, because it is not what is acceptable for our students. It is not what is acceptable for our staff. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Karen.
Hi, I'm Karen Kent. I'm a parent of 2 Pinecrest students, and I've been in Moore County for 19 years now. I can't say enough about all the things that have already been said. I have a lot of things to say about classified staff who are here to speak in support of that have already been said. I would like to remind everyone here and everyone who left, if you could remind your colleagues, that a lot of these problems with our funding come from unfunded state mandates. When you go to vote in November, don't forget that. Those are set at the state. Those are not set by this board. I would also like to say that despite that, if the state's not going to change it in time for the next budget, We have to go and ask the county commissioners for more money. They don't do it. We have to ask. It's our job to show up there and ask them for more. I appreciate everything that's been said about the teachers. Again, my speech is mostly about the classified employees. I'll just hit the highlights. The state gave classified employees doing similar jobs a set scale. Moore County did the same. We've lost positions from Moore County schools specifically to those other jobs because they can do the same job and get a better pay raise. I mean, it just makes sense. It's hard for them. Maybe you think what they get already is enough money. Daily life for some of these folks. Over the last 20 years, the Consumer Price Index has gone up 56%. Their salary has only gone up 42%. It's not even keeping pace with CPI or inflation in Moore County. The average livable wage for a single adult in Moore County is $11.81 an hour. That's a single adult, no kids. You've heard our staff, some of them say the pay is between $11 and $14 an hour. Think about that. Almost half of our employees spend 30% or more of their monthly salary on housing alone. If you add in the insurance, only for the employee themselves, not their family, that can take up to 80% of their monthly salary. Many of these employees have children in our schools, and their children qualify for free and reduced lunch, for Medicaid, or they just fall through the cracks of coverage. These are our neighbors. Many of these employees also have second and third jobs, as you've heard. With our current salary, we struggle to replace qualified, dependable, honest, and trustworthy employees. These are some of our most flexible employees. They cover the phones, the nurse lines, the check-ins, checkouts, the safety, the cleanups, the tantrums, the meltdowns, parents and children alike. They are part of our institutional memory. They have extra eyes and extra ears for kids who will show their upset to no one else sometimes. They are the first ones in the doors and the last ones out, not just daily, but on weekends and at emergencies in the middle of the night. They are our first responders, our fingers in the dam and the glue in our all too many cracks. They go unseen when things go well, and they run towards the trouble when things do not. So I ask you to please ask the county commissioners for more than what's just in the basic budget, and for all of us to remember when we vote in November, and to show up at the commissioners' budget meeting in May. Thank you.
Thank you, Connie. Alexa?
Good evening. My name is Alexa Roberts. I'm a parent of a third grader, soon to be fourth grader, at McDeeds Creek. So thank you for the opportunity to provide feedback on the proposed budget. I'm going to parrot a lot of what has already been said tonight. But consider 2 short years ago, an overwhelming 80% of voters approved the school bonds. That shows that the majority of taxpayers in Moore County prioritize education and feel that educational needs are a bill worthy for taxpayers to foot. Funding education is an investment, not an expense. We understand that our county has limited 40% of the total budget for educational needs, and we understand your desire to submit a proposed budget that might actually be approved by our county commissioners. And please understand that we, the constituents, the taxpayers, the parents, the educators, and all those who advocate for education in our county, we fully expect that the Board of Education and the administration of Moore County Schools would include enough funding in the budget to provide for all of the identified priority needs. You have taken the time to get input from teacher advisory groups, parent advisory groups, key communicators, and stakeholders across the county. But the proposed budget needs to reflect all that they have identified. I would fully support keeping the classified personnel salary schedule at the top of the priority list for this year's proposed budget. It's something that should have been done years ago. I don't see you getting a whole lot of pushback on that item. But I would also like to state that replacing the additional 7 upper grade teachers should also be a priority. We all support smaller K-3 class sizes, but that should not come at the expense of our 4th and 5th graders. Our upper grades deserve manageable class sizes. I fully understand that the county budget must include other programs, services, and departments that happen in our county, and I'm not minimizing the importance of any of those other services or county-funded departments. But I am pointing out that none of those other programs are cutting out box tops. None of them are hosting fun runs to get such basic things as workable playground equipment or a functioning, healthy water supply for our students. As a parent, I expect Moore County Schools administration to fully request the funding needed to provide my child and all children in Moore County a quality education. I expect this Board of Education to make those needs known with our Board of Commissioners. As a taxpayer, I would fully expect that our county commissioners would consider the overwhelming majority of people who prioritize education and fully fund what our school needs. As a citizen of Moore County, I take pride that my taxes are used to fund quality public education for our children. I know our teachers, school staff, administrators, and students are all grateful to Moore County taxpayers for funding their needs, and we all count on you to include those needs in the budget. I know there's not a bottomless pit of money, and we may never be able to say we've gotten all we need, but the county will include a lump sum amount for the schools in their budget, and it's up to you to let them know what that means, that it doesn't mean that we can just spend that arbitrarily without restrictions or limitations, and we count on you to let them know. Thank you for your
Thanks,
consideration.
Thanks. Penny? Penny?
Hello. My name is Penny Haywood, and I am a parent of 3, the PTA president of West End Elementary, and a financial supporter of West End Elementary, as well as a taxpayer. It is concerning to see the deficiencies in the proposed budget and how we cannot find a way to make the budget to meet all the needs of all of our schools. Our classified staff deserves a pay scale and competitive wage that they can live on. They need incentive to stay with Moore County Schools and know they are appreciated. We need to ensure we have the right amount of nurses, counselors, and SROs in our schools. We want the same level of service and support we have come to expect and appreciate. If more than one grade 4 through 5 teacher in the district is needed to ensure a manageable number of students in one class, then that is what we need. 30+ students in one class is not acceptable. Having a child, actually I have 2 kids, that have been diagnosed with ADD and who struggle now at kindergarten and 2nd grade with reading and math and requires extra help. It concerns me if my children will fall through the cracks and become more and more frustrated because they can't get the assistance that they need because the teacher is so overwhelmed with so many children. So I would ask that you please consider and going above the current budget request and help fill in these gaps. If that means that we go above the 40% and have to ask the county commissioners for money so that Moore County Schools can have less red and more black, then that's what we need to do. It's nice to see so many people in support here tonight, but I challenge each one of you to go to the county commissioners meeting with 5 friends so our voices are heard loud and clear by the people of Moore County Schools who can give us what we need. Let's invest in our future.
Thank you. Thank you. We have one more speaker that I would like to call, Laura, is it Levenberger? Thank you. I'm sorry. And if you don't mind repeating your name when you get to the podium, please.
My name is Laura Leuenberger. I appreciate everyone's time and hanging in there with us as we get through the rest of the night. As a military family, we chose to live in Moore County as opposed to surrounding counties based on the exceptional education that Moore County Schools is known for giving our students. I have a senior at Pinecrest and a 3rd grader at West End Elementary, and our children have been a part of the Moore County school system for 6 years. We have been very pleased with the education our sons have received. I do, however, have great concern at the possibility that my rising 4th grader will be in a classroom with 35 students at minimum from what we're hearing. I have spent a day in a 4th grade classroom that has only 28 students, and I can attest that it is cramped. Fourth graders are still only 9 or 10 years old. They have a lot of energy. They need room to move, and they still need one-on-one attention and small group opportunities. In addition to having spent a day in a fourth grade classroom, I have been employed with Moore County Schools for 1 year. In my brief employment, I have seen the benefits of a smaller class size and those one-on-one times that teachers have. I've been able to be in classrooms with 17 students and seen firsthand what teachers can do with those smaller class sizes. Providing the small group opportunity and one-on-one time in a congested classroom with 28 students or greater is a challenge, and large class sizes create learning obstacles for both the teachers and the students. Small groups are vital to the success of a classroom. Students glean from each other and enrich one another's lives in small groups. Teachers are able to identify a struggling student or a student who is excelling. The teacher is then able to provide what each student needs based on what he or she has uncovered in that small group environment or that one-on-one session. The Moore County School logo has words: engage, inspire, succeed. If we truly have the best interest of our students at heart and truly want to put those words into action, we must provide class sizes where teachers can engage with their students. Teachers and students can inspire each other, and we can all succeed together. Let's uphold that mission for the success of our future generation, as well as uphold the exceptional reputation that Moore County Schools is known for. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. I would like to take this opportunity to thank each and every one who came out tonight to speak. Madam Chair, that ends our list of speakers that we have for this evening.
Thank you, Ms. Thompson. At this time, we're going to move on to board action items. The first, the Board of Education legislative priorities. Mr. Dennison, Dr. Brown. It was included in that. Yeah. For the record, we only had one speaker for regular public address, and that one was on class size and was our very last speaker there. So we just included her right in the public hearing. All right, so we're going to move on. Mr. Dennison, Dr. Brown, and Ms. Wallen Miller have served on our legislative committee. So if you would like to run us back through the priority list as presented.
Thanks, Chair. I'd like to make one correction on the published legislative agenda on page 2 under enduring efficient operations, under school construction and capital, that allow North Carolina to vote on a significant statewide school bond versus national school bond. Our priorities. Our first priority, and we have 5 top priorities and many of the other priorities that I won't list, but I would like to let you know about the top 5. The first one we have on here is school grades. As you presently know, right now, the school grades are based on a school performance score using 80% achievement and 20% of growth, which is ridiculous. So we're pushing for 50-50, 50 achievement, 50 growth, which will give our lower performing schools an opportunity to catch up with our higher performing schools using growth, because that's really the only way you can improve. And that's happening right now. So I've already made several trips to Raleigh. So that decision is going to be fairly soon. Second one, we have classified employee pay. As you know, you've heard all the comments on that. By the way, these priorities, the state legislature is statutorily responsible for paying our employees under operational expense, all of them. They're responsible for it. The county is picking up the tab because, for a lot of employees, because the state's not doing their job. So classified employee pay, the state gets a minimum of $15 an hour. We feel our employees should at least get that much to start. The second priority we have is teacher allotment, exactly what all of you have been talking about. There are absolutely no restrictions on class size as far as the legislature is concerned between the 4th and 12th grade. K through 3 there are. And it's, in our opinion, ridiculous, and we have to have more funding. We need more teachers. The third one we have, or the fourth one we have, is student support personnel. You're talking about the counselors, the psychologists, and those type people that you mentioned tonight very much yourself. And the last one is school resource officers, of the top 5 priority. And I would ask Betty and Elena for additional comments. Elena, you want to start?
I'm just grateful that we have a consistent list that we can advocate for from our state legislators. I think a lot of the work that we've talked about this evening is really about what we need to advocate for with our county commissioners and where they make up the gap. Because there is a big gap between what the state allots for us and what we need, and we appreciate you all coming out here tonight. But that doesn't mean we stop going after these conversations to have with our state legislatures. So we're attacking this from both ends.
And I concur with the information that we've presented here. We struggled with a lot of it because there are so many priorities that we do have and want. But these are our top ones, and we are meeting with legislators and with our commissioners to move forward with this.
And Madam Chair, I make a motion, I move that we approve the legislative agenda as written.
Is there a second?
I second.
Is there any further discussion? Mr. Weaver?
I believe the full advocacy agenda and the 5 specific legislative priorities being targeted are critical to Moore County Schools' vision, mission, and its core beliefs, and I support it.
I would just like to add, Madam Chair, that all of our priorities that we have listed are aligned with so many needs that have been expressed this evening by more than 30 people who signed up tonight. And we feel like that if we can get funding to begin at the state level, then we can have other needs allocated that we need at the local level. So at least this aligns with some of the gaps that we have that are deficiencies now.
I'll have to agree with that. We've heard the speakers loud and clear tonight, and agreeing with Ms. Waller-Miller over here, it's wonderful that our K-3 class sizes are so small. How delightful to be in a kindergarten class with 18. Or a first grade with 17. What a shock it is to go from 3rd grade to 4th grade and go from 17 to 34 or whatever it might be. Our legislators in Raleigh have definitely taken care of our very youngest children, but they've done so at the expense of our older ones. And we don't have our priorities up there anymore, but I do think that that is very high on the list of what we need to do to ensure that as our children start learning in K-3, they continue learning in the best areas, best ways possible, with teachers that can show them that they care, that they are there for them. I can't overlook any of the rest of it. When I first took a teaching job, one of the things that I was told was make friends with your custodian. They will make your life better. Now we have to add our Sims people in as well, our data managers, and all the other folks that make our schools run so smoothly. So all of these are incredibly important, and I would support them all as our priorities for the year.
I'd like to make one more comment, if I may. And Betty and Helene and I will be getting together and deciding what our plan of action will be, but I can guarantee you that we'll be looking for your help in a plan of action. We'll let you know who to write or who to email. We'll give you their addresses, what their job is, and we'll give you the general information of what we need, and you can put it in any word you want to, but we need to let them know what we're doing. And I make a lot of trips to Raleigh, but we need a lot of people sending those emails because they don't get very many on what's happening in the state.
Seeing no further questions or comments, we'll call the question. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, the motion carries 6-0. All right, we now move to Dr. Grimacy, our application for Restart Schools.
Yes, Madam Chairman, you've received detailed presentations on the proposal to apply for state restart school status from the North Carolina Department of Public Instruction during your 2 most recent work sessions in February and March. If Dr. Locklear and Dr. Johnson would approach, or just Dr. Locklear approach the microphone, He's available to answer any lingering questions you might have. Approval of these applications does come with the recommendation of the superintendent. Madam Chair.
Thank you. Are there questions for Mr. Locklear or Mr. Locklear, is there anything you would like to review with us before we move on?
Madam Chair, Dr. Grimacy has summed that up. We presented this last week, the applications for our continuing low performance schools, Aberdeen, Robbins Elementary, and Southern Middle, that these restart status applications would allow them the same flexibilities as our North Carolina charter schools, and we ask for the board's consideration of that request. Happy to answer any questions you may have.
Are there questions, please?
I had one clarification that I was hoping to receive tonight. It's important to me that the flexibility, any flexibility that we get in the funding stays within the Restart School program only, and I want a clarification and assurance that that would happen.
Yes, ma'am. Those savings will be, we're committing with Dr. Grimacy's leadership and expectation that we will be applying those to supporting the low performance, continuing low performance schools. Yes, ma'am.
And will there be some sort of report out at some point during the year, next year, in terms of what the programs are and what the savings are and how they're being applied?
Yes, ma'am. We will definitely be keeping the board appraised of that progress from our submission upon your approval to the state and their hopefully potential approval, and where we go from there as far as the programs that are built and the flexibilities that are utilized. We are also required at the end of the year to submit a report to the state board on the progress and how these flexibilities are being utilized, which we'll be submitting with you as well.
Thank you.
And Tim, is it true that developing or having the Restart Schools will give us an opportunity to let the school and administration determine what happens in that school, and we won't have to be dictated by the legislature on how we spend every single dollar in that school? So each school will figure out the best way for the particular students that they have at that school, instead of having to do the same thing every other school does.
Yes, sir. We will get our funding in a lump sum format. We'll be able to utilize that with the same type of flexibilities that our North Carolina charter schools receive, like having class size flexibility, personnel flexibilities. So we'll be applying those types of flexibilities in those schools, and those school improvement teams and the principal and those staffs will be working to create those and create action plans around those flexibilities.
But the big point will be, we can decide what we need to do for our students instead of having somebody tell us what we need for them.
Yes, sir, based on the flexibilities that we get. Yes, sir.
Thanks.
Other questions or comments? I know I'm excited to see what kind of new ideas will come in with these schools. We're already looking at one new school building and the ability to move in as an A-plus school. As we know, Aberdeen has already received its first grant that will enable it to fully utilize the idea of a STEAM program and tie together its math and science and arts and STEM programs. So we're very excited about that part, to see just how much creativity will come in now that the schools will have this amount of flexibility to redirect their programs where they see that it needs redirection, to potentially have monies used to hire teacher assistants that might help in class size areas, or to sort out problems that they've had before because they were hamstringed by state mandates or other things along that line. It's a very exciting idea, and one that we will be really, really eager to see the improvement within these three schools and the way they seize upon the opportunities and make the most of them. Other questions or comments?
Madam Chair?
Is there a motion?
I move that we accept the presentation on to North Carolina instruction for Restart School application.
I second.
All right, the motion has been made by Mr. Dennison, seconded by Ms. Thompson. Other questions?
I have a comment. The number of low-performing schools choosing to use the Restart model nearly doubled last year in North Carolina over the previous year. More schools are recognizing the potential benefits of having more flexibility with the same exemptions granted charter schools. Therefore, I feel it is prudent to press forward with submitting these applications for approval as presented.
Thank you. Other comments? All right, seeing none, we'll call the question. All those in favor of the approval of the restart applications for the 3 schools, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, good luck to those 3 schools. We'll be expecting big things. All right, Dr. Grimacy, Superintendent's report.
I have nothing else to report, nothing else to add to the information that my staff has reported back at the work session last week, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Board comments. Mr. Weaver?
I just want to say that I appreciate the public input on the superintendent's proposed operating budget for the year 2021, and will give serious consideration to what's been said tonight.
All right, Dr. Brown.
I want to thank all of people who have spoken tonight. And as I've reviewed the budgets each year, I go through line by line, make my needs list, my wish list, and I've done the same with this year's budget. But unfortunately, there's a lot more to wish for than not. I'm looking primarily at the areas that were in red as opposed to the parts in black. So I wish for more teacher positions, especially in grades 4 through 12. I wish for more nurses, counselors, social workers, psychologists, so that each student could benefit from personnel resources. I wish for more resource officers so that each school could have added security. I wish for more resources for our teachers so that they don't have to pay for materials and supplies for their classrooms. I wish for the reinstatement of those positions that we've lost over the past 3 years. The DIFs, the media technology specialists, the support staff, such as the receptionist, and the additional teachers. I wish for a budget where we didn't have to make cuts or compromises. I wish that our state government would not require unfunded mandates that make our local government give us in a budget where we don't have to make choices of what we keep and what we live without for another year. I wish that our governments would have to do the bake sales and the fundraisers because education had been allotted the money we need to provide academically challenging, intellectually motivating, technologically up-to-date schools, curricula, and equipment. I will continue to wish, but moreover, I will continue to be diligent in seeking ways where we can find the money we need within our allocations, to continue to strive to work with our state legislatures to keep them aware of our needs and wants, and continue keeping our students, teachers, and the community as my first priority.
Thank you. Mr. Dennison.
I'm saving my comments for my friends in Raleigh.
Ms. Wallen-Miller.
I'll take some of your comments, Mr. Dennison. First of all, I really want to thank those of you who are left and those of you who had to leave already, who came to speak or just to support those who spoke about our budget needs and the proposed budget that the superintendent has prepared for us. It's critical to hear from you all, and I really appreciate it. Your time is valuable. You have children, you have grandparents and parents that you're taking care of in your professions. You have other things to do, so it means a lot that you came tonight and that you spoke. I will say that I'm frustrated that you all had to come here tonight and listen and speak. And I'm frustrated for a number of reasons. One, I know that it's hard as a board for us always to come back each year and say what our needs are, and sometimes we're accused of asking for too much. Sometimes we're accused of not asking for enough. A lot of these problems, though, stem from systemic and long-term underfunding of public education in North Carolina, and particularly here in Moore County. I want to remind you all, as we get ready for our legislative session and for the advocacy that we'll be doing, both in the legislature and also locally, where all our money comes from. In round numbers, because I have found with my kids it's easier to think about round numbers, but it's about 70% of our funding comes from the state, about 25% comes from the county, and the remaining from the federal government. I know it's been said many, many times, but it's worth repeating that North Carolina ranks 39th out of our 50 states in spending per student. That means that there are 38 other states that spend more on education than North Carolina. One thing that we need to remember is that Moore County Schools ranks 108 out of 115 local education agencies or districts in North Carolina in state funding per student. Let me repeat that. 108 out of 115. That means 107 of our neighboring districts all around this state, this great state of North Carolina, get more money per student than we do. Just let that sink in. We're in the bottom, right? The bottom, how many are left? 7, right? We're in the bottom 7 counties in North Carolina. By the way, 10 years ago, we were 91st out of 115. So, 10 years ago, we were better than we were today. So remember that. Between 2008 and 2018, benefit and salary costs per unit of labor increased 20%. During that same time, state spending per student increased only 10%. So our cost differential, the differential between what we received in terms of increases and what the cost per unit of labor was, there's a 10% missing. So what you all were talking about today is what we've had to do to make up for that missing amount, and that's challenging. The other thing that I will say, and this was all pointed out in our recent budget preparations for the budget, is that there have been numerous policy and legislative changes across the state of North Carolina that have impacted the number of staff in the classrooms teaching our students. Overall, the state funds almost 50 teachers less this year or last year than it did in 2008. Most of this impact is felt in grades 4 through 12. And as you've heard tonight, the effects of these larger class sizes are really, really being felt by students, teachers, and staff alike. So, what have we done about that? What we've done over the past 4 years since I've been on the board, since most of us have been on the board, is we've actually done a lot of cutting. People think that we should just be cutting so that we can add more teachers and staff in, that there must be places that we can get rid of programs and staff so that we can add in back teachers. But I want to remind you all, and I reminded you all of this last week, and I'm going to remind you again today, that 4 years ago, we were allocating over $3 million of our fund balance to pay for some of the extras in teachers, in transportation, and in salaries. And I will say, well, not in salaries, but in programs that we have. So since that time, we have cut programs in year-round. We have cut programs for Spanish immersion. We have cut bus routes. We have trimmed our energy. We've become more efficient in energy, which is good. I'm sorry for the teachers that we've taken your refrigerators out of your classrooms, but that we've done that to be able to save money. So we've made it a little bit more difficult for our teachers and staff, but we've done that all at an effort to stem the loss of funding that we have, or to help us with the loss of funding from the state. So I just want to remind you that we've done a lot of cutting already and looking for energy efficiencies. And these are things that we've done that not everybody's been real happy with us about. So I just want to leave those as a context as we now go into this period of discernment now for the next few weeks as we think about what our next step is with the county commissioners and with our legislatures. So those are my comments for this evening.
Madam Chair, I have 2 statistics I would like to give. These are absolutely going to amaze you. Last year, the state of North Carolina ranked 46 out of 50 states in per pupil spending. The more astounding one is North Carolina ranked 48 out of the 50 states in the amount of income, a percentage of their income that they were spending on K through 12 schools. 48 out of 50 states. So that'll give you an idea of what a great state North Carolina is. Pardon my French.
Ms. Thompson.
I just echo what
my colleagues have already said regarding our budget and the need to go back to the drawing board and revisit our budget for this year, and see what we need to put back on in the black. We took things out and take it to the county commissioners and ask for what we need. Also, changing the subject just a little bit, I want to remind everyone that we've got some great theatrical plays coming up, so please, for each high school, put those on your calendars. We had just an amazing show at Sand Hills over the weekend, Friday, Saturday, Frozen. I don't know if everybody was able to see that, but that was just an amazing production. And at the end of the day, we have got just amazing things going on with our schools in Moore County, from just all across the county. Athletics, classroom, musical, just all over. And it's just, we're just extremely proud of what our schools are providing our children.
And I was planning to add to that, these overworked teachers and custodians and bus drivers and all who are supporting our students do contribute to these absolutely fantastic programs that we have. I had made myself a list. Union Pines had its first women's lacrosse game this week. It's a brand new sport. West Pine Middle sold out 3 performances at BPAC, as they now call themselves. Pinecrest men's basketball was in the Final Four for the state championship. West Pine Elementary, Middle, and Pinecrest Odyssey of the Mind teams all are heading to states because they have become so profoundly proficient at what they do in this competition. We have Battle of the Books that has just wrapped up in Moore County, and teams that just blew it out of the water. Those kids are not on computers all the time or on laptops all the time. They're reading hardcover books, and it keeps us being impressed. Tomorrow we have the annual middle school debate tournament at Sand Hills, and if you have time to stop in there, they start debating at 8:30 in the morning and will wrap up at about 3. So we have 60 6th, 7th, and 8th graders who will be there to debate. And of course, the Fiddlers Convention is this coming weekend up in the High Falls area, and we know that's a good for a fun weekend. And then of course we've got Mamma Mia at Union Pines, Matilda at Pinecrest, and followed up by Hairspray at Northmore just in the next 3 weeks. So many, many wonderful things are happening within our county, with or without adequate funding. We're proud of all you do and all you bring to the table. So with that, Mr. Dennison.
I move the meeting be adjourned.
Is there a second?
I second.
All right, motion moved by Mr. Dennison, seconded by Ms. Thompson. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you, one and all.